The sun rises on this elephant family with a different meaning today. Last night they added a newborn to the herd. A female calf that will have to learn everything she needs from her family. Still blind, as all babies are, she's tottering towards her mother, going straight for her favourite drink. Strong and healthy is all she needs to be, to keep the pace of the herd as they move on to seek out some food. Mother always double checks what lies ahead of her baby. The uneven and muddy ground under her shaky legs might require some help. Swimming is a brand new task, as much as is experimenting how to properly use her trunk in deeper water. Anyway, Mother is always nearby. Her lifelong adventure has just begun. Everything is so new to her. After her first swim, a developing sense of self-confidence is reassuring. But it's going to take some more practice to fully use that trunk, which is just a limp protuberance at this early stage. She'll get there. Skillful use of the trunk makes life easier. But it can't be achieved without daily training. When even pulling grass off the ground is still difficult, grazing comes in handy. Excrement could become an easier nourishing substitute to eat, like grass with a baby food texture of sorts. Drinking is also a hard endeavour if water keeps slipping out of her mouth. Older members are always there to help. And keep an eye on the young calf as she starts playing around with all those new things around her. Other elephant families gather around the thriving grasslands after the rainy season. Nothing more enticing than possible new playmates, but she'd better beware. Being around strangers might turn into harassment and then abduction. She's learning how important her family is as they come rushing to get her out of trouble. Her worried mother draws her away from the dangerous commotion to safer ground. Day by day, there will be so much to experience and so much more to learn. It'll take quite some time. The Borneo forest spreads out like a roof, providing shelter to an incredible array of animal species living on trees. One wrong move, and there won't be a second chance. To stumble down would imply an even worse drama for this female orangutan carrying her only baby. Hanging onto her mum is all this baby orang has been up to since day one. Looking around for food keeps her busy relentlessly. The baby makes her first shy attempt to take a look around. but virtually nothing would be possible without her mother's presence. Watching and learning from a safe place by Mum's side cannot last forever. This is one of life's basic rules. 1 year old, and it's about time to learn how to climb a tree properly. Yet it takes practice even for those born with a natural skill for climbing. Mother knows all the right spots to find food throughout the forests. She's showing her daughter what the right things to do are by example. It's a natural process, which is going to lead the baby to find her own way through the plush vegetation. Usually females stick around the same neighborhood they are more familiar with. Occasionally some fruits grow in between territories, and members of different families gather around for their share. That's a perfect moment to socialize and play. A lack of experience could be tricky and turn the game into danger. This baby orang will be raised by his mother for the next 5 years. There's plenty of time ahead for her to grow stronger and wiser until the right moment comes to live on her own. The sea otter is one ingenious and delightful mammal living along the breathtaking coastline of West California. They are able to use rock tools to crack open their preferred selection of shellfish. Just a quick bite before going back to take care of her pup. The baby can't swim yet, and her mother is there to serve as a floating device, as well as fully grooming her. Throughout this caring process, Mother Otter will make sure to puff air into the baby's fur to both form a shield against the cold and also to help her buoyancy. Now done with the grooming, it's time again for the mother to dive underwater to search for food in the thick brown seaweed forest. Bite after bite, the pup is now big enough for a brand new endeavour, discovering what's underneath the surface and going hunting for the very first time, as her mother has showed her. A can of soda isn't really edible, although it's enough to draw her attention and curiosity. The more experienced mother pries open a tasty clam, so it's better to give it another try. Learning through doing, as well as from her mother's example, is all she has to do to start picking the right shellfish anchored on the rocks and crack them open. It didn't take long to get it right. She finally did it. It's a top-notch meal this time around, and it's all hers. Oddly enough, somebody is furtively hiding in the kelp forest for all the bad reasons. A male otter shows up to steal the catch from the mother, and the pup's abduction may also become a way to obtain shellfish by threat. But today, the mother is able to fight him off. And both go back to enjoying their meal. As the sun is setting, the youngster has to deal with another problem. She's growing up, and now sleeping on her mother's tummy doesn't work any longer. She needs to secure herself among the kelp leaves. Wrapped up in loose tape grass going adrift, she's now floating along with the whole bundle in her innocent sleep. It may have turned out to be a hazardous mishap, but our lucky young otter has found her way back to mum and back to warm safety. This newborn Thomson's Gazelle can't afford to take too long to stand up and get ready to run. Not an easy first task. The moves are not there yet, as he has never experienced any weight on his legs before. Mother Gazelle is his only chance to stay alive, and it's about time to leave the birthplace before being spotted by predators. The open field is a gazelle's natural and safer habitat, even more so if surrounded by the herd. The grassland is where the fawn can suckle for the very first time. But not for as long as he wants. For the fawn, the act of feeding often means a certain degree of exposure and helplessness. Not becoming prey depends upon his camouflaging ability. He's on his own when it comes to finding the right hideout. Meanwhile, the mother keeps a careful eye on the fawn without giving away his position. The slightest wrong move could be fatal in situations like these. This jackal is combing through the grass back and forth for the hiding fawn. He's aware of how close he might be, and young gazelles don't give off a detectable smell as yet, so air sniffing is useless. It finally looks like the worst is over, so he can pop out again and grab some more milk as long as he can. Danger can be looming any time and come with no warning. Hiding is no option now. It's time to run and test how strong and fast his legs are for the first time, and keep out of this baboon's reach. Timing is everything, as always. It's been a successful trial by fire for the fawn. He has won his first battle for life over the baboon. Run is what this species does best. But nimbleness and fast running won't be enough for the young Tommy to stay out of trouble. A cheetah. That's one fast predator to run away from. The young gazelle's only way to avoid being caught is to combine alertness, timing, and dash out of trouble before it's too late. The light and heat of the sun descend into the shallow transparent tropical water, helping the seagrass at the bottom grow thicker. The undulating motion of the blades offers a safe haven to an incredible variety of animals, and the most amazing and mysterious of all is the seahorse. This wonderful creature is indeed a fish. Fastening its tail to a steady place is now needed to provide safety to a forthcoming birth. This is even more amazing because this is a male. In the brood pouch, eggs have been nurtured for up to 6 weeks, and now the tiny newborn are ready to surface. After labour and delivery, the parental commitment is over. Now these 1 centimetre offspring basically have to rely on their own resources. They float along the current as their journey among seagrass has just begun to then stretch over the tropical sea. The cycle of the moon regulates births as it does with high tide and the consequential presence of plentiful plankton. Working like a vacuum, their snouts are capable of sucking in an incredible array of minuscule creatures. One baby seahorse can feed on as many as 3,000 organisms a day. A passing jellyfish is definitely a threat, as its tentacles sift through the water, entrapping plankton and baby seahorses of similar size. But fatherhood for this species implies an extra amount of work, as right after the first offspring have been delivered, his mate has already set to lay a second run of eggs into his pouch, which leads to another pregnancy. The cause and effect process behind this behavior is based upon the fact that this male can only fertilize the eggs placed inside the pouch. He's sure it's his own brood. The laid eggs are now sealed inside. It takes quite an effort to break the pouch open and release the newborn. This way of giving birth looks a lot like something miraculous. The adventure has just begun for hundreds of baby seahorses now swimming through the tropical seas.
Dolphins easily capture our affection and excite our imagination. They and their relatives, the great whales, are mammals like us. Their ancestors walked on land, but they explored the sea, and their bodies changed to meet the needs of life underwater, becoming streamlined with powerful flippers and a tail. They can hold their breath for 7 minutes, dive to 500 meters, swim at 50 kilometers an hour. And they know each other as individuals. Postures, whistles, and clicks are their language of sight and ultrasound. Together with touch, it is a rich language that we are learning to interpret. They are even sensitive to changes in the Earth's magnetic field as it is influenced by different rocks under the sand. That way, they know where they are. Also under the sand live eyed flounders, flatfish, amazingly camouflaged but easily detected by the echolocation system of a dolphin. Pulses of ultrasound, focused by the fat in a dolphin's forehead, may be strong enough to stun prey. Here, echoes received by the dolphin are revealing where the flounders lie. We flatter ourselves that dolphins seem to like us. They appear to seek our company and certainly make use of our boats. Riding a bow wave is an easier way to travel. Perhaps they first did this on the bow waves of large whales. Sailors throughout history have marveled at these companions in the sea. Perhaps the dolphin's lack of fear has protected them. In many cultures, it is much of a crime to kill one as it is to kill a person. Whenever people enter the dolphin's world, how magical it is that the animals readily choose to spend time with such intruders. How willing they are to share their language, to copy our behavior, even as we try in vain to imitate theirs. Acrobatic, strong, and intelligent, dolphins have evolved to be masters of the sea. They live by fishing, hunting as a team, and so do fishermen around the world. Remarkably, in several places, dolphins and men have combined their skills in the common pursuit of fish. Along the coast of Brazil, the shallow water is opaque. Fishermen cannot see the shoals of mullet that the dolphins have easily echolocated, using ultrasound. These dolphins signal the position of a shoal to the fishermen, and with a special rolling dive, tell the men to cast their net. The dolphins grab the escaping mullet, and the fishermen haul in the rest. The partnership works well, and has done so for a very long time. No wonder dolphins capture our affection and excite our imagination. An ocean of shifting sand, its dry waves whipped by a hot wind, scorched by sunlight, frozen by night. Surely this is a lifeless place. But no, there are plants and animals here that can withstand the heat, conserve moisture, and exploit this harsh land. Among them, the camel, its body able to cope with extremes, little water, sparse food, long distances, searing heat, and at the same time raise its young by suckling them on a rich flow of nutritious milk. Long ago, they came to North Africa and the Middle East from North America, where they are now extinct. They lived wild and multiplied in the great deserts, wandering at will, scenting water at amazing distances, surviving for several weeks without it. Before humans existed, camels and their varied companions conquered the deserts. In time, to this inhospitable and unpredictable place, people did come, and the wild camel lost its freedom some 5,000 years ago. But camels and the desert nomads struck a fine bargain. The animals sheltered their owners from a brutal blasting of sand in a storm. Camels can close their nostrils, and their long eyelashes protect eyes liberally washed by tears. And when the storm is over, the camel will march unfailingly, laden with whatever merchandise the nomads have for sale. As in the wild, the caravan consists of female camels. A male camel is at the rear, driving this herd from behind. The men have harnessed the natural hierarchy and behavior of the animals. The human foot needs a sandal to tread the sand. The camel steps barefoot on two splayed toes, cushioned to spread the load. On these broad elastic soles, the camels cruise over the sand, stately cargo ships in the sandy ocean. On their backs ride men's lives and their own food. The hump is a store of fat, an energy reserve that also shades their bodies from the penetrating heat of the sun. The male signals his sexual excitement with his inflated cheek pouch, but he's under human control. His job, to keep the females going forward. Soon, they'll camp by a well for the night. Before milk can be drawn from a camel, a calf must be used to stimulate the flow. The milk keeps well and also makes good cheese. She'll give between 2 and 14 liters a day. Drawing water from a well is something the camels can't do. Although untethered camels are unlikely to wander, this bond between them and their owners is natural and strong. A thirsty camel can drink as much as 200 liters at a time, rehydrating its body in less than an hour. Unlike a dehydrated person, the camel does not lose water from its blood, and its heart is not likely to fail. Desert people have great respect for their camels, even though these animals have some quite unpleasant natural habits. Somehow, at a ceremony like this courting festival, the camels are controlled and surprisingly well behaved, even becoming creatures of grace and beauty. Camels were domesticated much the same way as horses. Their social structure is similar. So why not race them as well? There has to be a winner and money to be won. Racing camels are big business in modern Dubai, and the females are champions at endurance competitions over several kilometers. Man and camel are now inseparable, a modern partnership sealed 5,000 years ago. bird's eye view of Hong Kong, an island city close to mainland China. Almost 6 million people cluster here, hardly room for bird or dragon. Humid subtropical air rises from valleys between cliffs of stone and steel. To the sharp eyes of a black kite, this is a rich feeding ground. Agile and maneuverable, these kites are the most successful of all birds of prey. Worldwide, they are also the most numerous. They evolve their skills in natural landscapes of woodland and open plains, competing with other hunters, such as those of the African savanna. The kite's telescopic vision homes in on the drama below. They'll choose their moment carefully. The lions are not going to share their precious food easily. The kite's success is built on boldness and tenacity in the face of hunters ready to spend a surprising amount of energy defending their kill, or even snatching a kite for a snack. The birds have chicks to feed, and risks must be taken. Soon, the lions will tire. The black kites will seize their opportunity. A quick check on what's been grabbed, and home to the family. Black kites pair for life and even have favorite nesting trees they'll use year after year. The male brings food for the chicks and for his mate. Only the female feeds the chicks, cutting their food up for them. The parents must keep up this routine for some 40 days before the chicks are ready to leave the nest. Africa, like the rest of the world, changed under human influence, presenting more opportunities for convenient scavenging. In Kenya, birds such as bulbuls cashed in on tourist lunches. And kites also noticed that humans are less protective of leftovers than lions are. The bulbuls had better get their food down quickly. Black kites are not inclined to share. Wherever people are densely crowded in Africa or Asia, the numbers of black kites have increased. Hundreds patrol the streets of Karachi, bringing their ancient savanna skills to bear on a concrete landscape, carpeted with fast food ready to take away. Most of the scraps are eaten on the wing. Once medieval London benefited from such refuse collection. Generations later, these birds of prey have made many modern cities their own. Between the glass castles of Hong Kong, black kites still fly. They are reaping the rewards of their talent for adapting to whatever new world they inherit. We aren't the only animals to be plagued by flies. These men, cutting up meat in the savannah, might be grateful to the fly in the lion's eye for distracting the hunter. The fly, attracted by the smell of the meat, could be grateful to the lion for bringing it closer. From the fly's point of view, flies and people have got on very well ever since humans lived in caves and left food around. House martins and other anti-fly creatures persecute them in Africa and in summer in Europe. Flies are always busy reproducing to make up the losses. This dead shrew is being converted into maggots by the thousand, very quickly and undercover. This is natural recycling of protein. The freshly emerged flies head for our caves as quickly as possible, attracted by the dark interior. And don't we make them welcome? It's only the smell of food that entices them. Their compound eyes take no notice of the furniture. But in the interests of health, Cave Person is fighting back. Fortunate for the fly is the fact that it sees us as ponderously slow in our actions. The fly is on a faster schedule. It dribbles on a plate, liquefying its food and eating the meal in the time it takes us to pour the tea. It's sprinkling bacteria around as well as it sucks up the mess, and it's probably infected that sugar lump as well. With the speed of a sleeping elephant, someone tries to swat the fly. No chance. Now, where's the sugar bowl? No fly wipes its feet before regurgitating onto our food. It was in the dustbin 5 minutes ago. Liquefied energy is sucked up by the proboscis. It's a short life, though fast, efficient, and fecund. But it'll need to find some meat on which to lay its eggs. The cook only left it there for a moment or two, but in that time, a fly can lay 100 eggs. It would prefer to be laying them in a manure heap. They may have done that already. If all maggots in a generation survived to become flies and kept reproducing once every 7 days, by only the 4th generation, there would be 6 times as many flies as people on the globe. Fortunately, most die. This man's job is to keep as many alive as possible. He's managing a maggot farm. Tens of thousands of pedigree flies produce millions of maggots in a thriving industry, supplying the nation's anglers with bait to attract fish to their hooks. Pits full of maggots await sale by the gallon. 4 million anglers throw 2.5 million gallons of maggots into Britain's waterways every year. Someone discovered that one way to give a maggot fish appeal is to color them with a dye. Psychedelic maggots await their fate. The fly has been harnessed to serve our own ends, but there are plenty still out in the wild, and they are not our friends. When the glaciers of the Ice Age retreated, Europe became cloaked in forest. Among the many creatures that exploited the forests were some animals as intelligent as dogs and whose lives have become closely involved with ours. Wild pigs are to be found in many parts of Europe, Asia, and the Far East today. Hunting wild boar in France is a popular sport. The French call the striped piglets moccasins. Mother suckles them regularly. They roam freely with her in the forest, and soon, like her, they live off animals and plant roots in the mud and litter underfoot. Wild pigs are the ancestors of domestic pigs. But when people and pigs first lived together, they probably did so much as the Huli people of Papua New Guinea care for their pigs today. Helping a pregnant sow to build the domed nest in which she'll give birth is one way of investing in the future of this family pet and the litter she'll produce. All wild sows build nests. Even modern domestic pigs would like to, but don't get the chance. Each piglet is a valued addition to the human family. It'll be cleaned and cared for as much as any pet. But at some time, even these pigs will be eaten. The Huli people will be as sad then as any owner losing a pet. But until such necessary days, the pigs are treated with great affection. They're taken around by the women on a lead, just like dogs. They can then root in the mud as freely as if truly wild and wallow to get cool. Their skin has few sweat glands. The piglets follow her, learning to use their snouts, exploring this exciting world of mud and water and smells. Every day, the Huli women take their pigs to their gardens. The women are going to dig the soil, and so are the pigs. The snout of a pig is strong and sensitive to touch, better than eyes for investigating objects in the soil. The youngsters must feed from mother whenever she lets down milk and calls them to her. They may be destined to become meat, but till then they are luxuriously pampered, unlike their cousins in the modern pork industry. The people who eat these pigs will never know them. None of us who enjoy pork will feel any sorrow at their death. Steel and concrete are the only surfaces these snouts ever know. There's no rich mud to feed and wallow in here. Food arrives in a bland slurry, their task only to eat it and make bacon. This sow never meets a boar. Her insemination has been artificial. Now she gives birth in the confines of a farrowing crate. She cannot turn to clean them, and she never built a nest to hide them. The piglets can only reach through the bars to feed from her, safe from any risk she might clumsily crush one or two, an over-expensive accident. They must defecate where they stand or lie, surely an indignity to such naturally clean and intelligent animals. When they have finished feeding, the piglets, crowded and bored, often fight. Common practice has been to clip their teeth and dock their tails to prevent injury. Later, they'll be separated from mother and herded together with others. At last, change is on the way to end the worst of these methods. Perhaps if we like pork, we should be prepared to keep a pig ourselves, to love and eat, just as they have always done in Papua New Guinea. 1,000 monkeys descend on their lunch. The potatoes are free and served buffet style. It's not a convention of Japanese macaques. They're here as a cabaret, entertainment for people. The troop's population increased because the living is easy. They've become a city of monkeys, strangers in a place of plenty, looking after number one. Like us, they are intelligent primates, quick to learn, but also quick to exploit. The world of wild macaques is far less crowded. And intelligence is applied to survival. Anything they can eat, they will eat. Macaques have conquered all Asia by such opportunism. Beachcombing turns up all kinds of goodies. And the youngsters copy their parents at the seaside. Socially, macaques live in groups of mixed sex and with a defined home range, and a strict hierarchy among both males and females. There are fish coming in on the tide. Soon they'll all be well fed for the day. In this complex society, where everyone knows their place, grooming is more than a hygienic pastime. There are rank orders being established and maintained. They have expressive faces, which together with postures and gestures and calls, they use in a subtle language understood by all. No one misses anything. They learn from each other. A macaque once discovered how to eat limpets, and soon the group copied, and now regularly exploits this rock cafe with its endless protein supply. And they'll keep other groups away. This one's discovered they're a little looser underwater, but more hazardous to reach. Macaques don't like sand on their food and have learned to wash it off in the sea. So intelligent are they and quick to learn that people have exploited them. In southern Thailand, this big-tailed macaque doesn't have to walk on two legs. The owner just likes it that way. The monkey's also going to work. The man has trained the monkey from birth to select and pick ripe coconuts. It's a simple task, just twist and off it will come. But the monkey has also learned to judge ripeness by color. And the monkey will have to pick them up, about 800 coconuts a day. Hard labor under the sun. We can hardly complain when such intelligent animals make monkeys out of us, and some macaques in India are doing just that. At the Durga temple in Varanasi, macaques enjoy holy status and are protected, but no one has to bring them an offering of food. So they've turned to crime. These are monkey muggers, and they select their victims intelligently. The women and the children are an easier touch. If food were to be offered, the macaques would become a picture of holy innocence. Into the sunlight of a brief Arctic summer in Russia struggles a snow goose chick. And the first object it sees and hears, its mother. To all these goslings, snug in their thick down, that first sight of their parents is the most important moment of their young lives, bonding them to the adults. When mother and father move, they'll follow, pulled by the invisible chains of the natural process of imprinting. Chicks peck instinctively for food soon after leaving the egg. Only 6 hours later, they're ready to begin the 50-mile walk to an estuary. The journey will take several weeks. By the time they arrive, the sea ice will have melted. Imprinting will keep them close by the adult birds, where they can feed safely as they travel. The chicks have never seen water before. They've not had instruction in swimming, but they follow their parents fearlessly to the sea. The New Forest in southern England. Other chicks are starting life here, high in the trees. A mandarin duck has raised her brood in a tree hollow nest. Like the snow geese, they are imprinted on mother, so must follow no matter what befalls them. Their fluffy down parachutes them to a soft landing in a new world. For a few moments, it's raining ducklings. Mandarin ducks are birds of the Far East. These have escaped from captivity into the wild. Now they're at home in one of Britain's most ancient forests. Obedient to their parents' calls, they take to the water for the first time in their lives. The parents raised a brood here last year and will return again and again to this area. Easy living for ducks is anywhere that people are, by a lake or river. These ducks have little fear of their human benefactors. Thousands of years ago in China, when rice was first being grown, ducks were brought under human control. Today, here in Bali, the same technique is in use. When these ducks hatched as chicks, the first object they were allowed to see was not their real mother, but the human shepherd, who they follow every day enthusiastically to the paddy fields, where they are allowed to feed. They are also imprinted on each other, and that holds the flock together. The man, of course, is farming them for meat and eggs. Water dissolves limestone. On a grand scale, that process creates caves. Cave swiftlets are unusual birds. They nest in total darkness. Like the bats that share this Southeast Asian cave, they find their way into the caves by sound, listening to echoes of their calls bounced back from the limestone. A swiftlet nest of leaves and moss is stuck together with saliva. Here the birds roost and raise their young. Far below the beasts and the birds, a mountain of guano has grown. This vast dune of droppings, mainly from the bats, is the undigested remains of insects, the hard bits, wing cases, legs, and so on. It's all food for golden cockroaches and other scavengers of the heap. Swiftlet guano consists of eggshells and feathers and insect bits, nourishment for the caterpillar of a moth. It's a case moth, traveling in a protective jacket of insect fragments sewn together. It's also a relative of the clothes moth in your wardrobe. In its own way, a cave full of animal remains, wool and such. Our ancestors first encountered the moth problem in a cave. Their animal skin clothes no doubt became moth-eaten. Life in any cave depends on food being brought in from outside. Swallows and house martins nest safely on cave walls, and the nest is also home to the caterpillar of the case-bearing moth. It needs a case because without it, it might get fed to the chicks. That's better. Now it can clean up the debris in a nest more safely. The chicks shed feathers, and an army of moths, mites, and tiny beetles are employed on domestic duty. When humans started to live in suitable houses, the birds transferred easily to the eaves, and in most cases were welcomed there. The nests, of course, also contained the fleas, moths, and mites that found themselves one stop away from entering the giant nest that we call home. Access through our attics breached our defenses against the case-bearing moth and the feather mites. And soon there were spider beetles and a host of other nest dwellers at home in our rugs. The bird's nest had become a Trojan horse, smuggling a hungry army into our wardrobe. The damage done by a clothes moth larva is not usually noticed until it's happened and the moth has flown. Just as a larva disguises itself in the bird's nest to avoid being eaten by the bird, so it spins a silk and woolen coat of whatever colors are around and will undercover munch and pollute its way through our expensive clothes. In about 6 hours, the spinning will be complete, and the larva will be invisible unless it's moving. The clothes moth has become an animal out of place, like a weed in a garden. In our nest, it is a most unwelcome guest. pack hunter of the forests of the north. Intelligent, social animals, communicating by sound and body language. They were the ancestors of the dog, whose long partnership with us is unrivaled. Every wolf in a pack knows its place on the social scale. Tails, ears, postures, and conflicts settle disputes over rank. A female coming into heat raises tensions among the males. Access to her is strictly controlled. Ineligible subordinate males are firmly put in their place. In the world of humans, the wolf has been tamed, but similar rules of status within our pack still apply. There are many different breeds of dog, most docile and friendly, but they still use their pack language when encountering strangers. Raised tails allow pheromones to signal dominance. A lower tail shuts off that scent and indicates submissiveness. Fights are usually brief, the dominant dog soon making its rank clear. On the island of Bali, each family dog defends its household territory. This puppy is an intruder, but doesn't understand that not everything belongs to him. The family dog is about to make it clear. Slowly, the pup realizes that there are more important dogs around than he is. On the plains of Africa, wild dog pups know their place well in a tightly organized pack. This litter will await the return of the hunters, a pack of non-breeding adult relatives led by a single breeding pair, the parents of the pup. In stalking posture, the leaders single out a young gazelle. They move into action as a team. Cooperation is the secret of their hunting success. What they catch, they will take back to the pups. This youngster is separated from its parent, and the pack closes in. This domestic dog is hunting. With a human pack it regards as its own. Their common quarry is wild pig. Grass fires are lit to drive the wild pig out of cover. The dogs help by sniffing out the prey. It's the most ancient human-animal relationship, and the Hagahai people of Papua New Guinea have always hunted this way. The men have their prize, but the dogs cornered the pigs for them and now catch rodents as their reward. The herding of sheep brought man and dog together long ago, one reason being to guard sheep against predators. The wolf in Italy was defeated in its plundering by a domestic relative in disguise. That's a dog. It looks like a sheep. The dog is called a maremma. In a way, it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. The real wolf is in for a surprise. A ferocious sheep that barks like a dog. American vultures are not related to the vultures of the Old World. They're just shaped to do a similar job. The turkey vulture, common in North and South America, is almost as big as an eagle, soaring over the canopy of this rainforest on wings 2 meters wide. In Africa, vultures find their food by sight, but carrion is readily visible on grassland. Many animals die in these trees every day, but out of sight, so turkey vultures use their noses. The scent of a newly dead animal is strong enough for the turkey vulture to perceive with its acute sense of smell. But the turkey vulture may soon be forced off the carcass it sniffed out by gatecrashers that only have greedy eyes. Needing to eat quickly, they squabble over the dead sloth or monkey fallen on the forest floor. When they've eaten, some will relax and sun themselves. Without the help of those remarkable nostrils, none of these birds would be able to find food at all. A sense of smell is unusual in birds, and for millions of years, its development in turkey vultures was the answer to the difficulty of hunting in the dense forest. When people began to change the world, the turkey vulture's special skill became a very useful talent. Miami, Florida. Like so many North American cities, nature has been rolled under the highways and the real estate. But the turkey vultures are still here, in larger numbers than ever before. There's not much forest here, unless you count the downtown high-rise blocks. As good a perch for city vultures as any. There are many mouths to feed here. Obviously, the noses have been a great success. But when the wind is in the right direction, what appetizing smells do they detect? They are on their way to a feast, riding the thermals from the sun-baked parking lots and the updrafts between the skyscrapers. To the turkey vulture, the air must seem to quiver with tantalizing smells, the odor of human refuse. The birds are winging their way to the municipal dump to dine al fresco. Last week's TV dinners, the leftovers of millions, are today's turkey vulture's delight. The nose seems to twitch in anticipation. A first sitting of gulls is leaving for their roost, satisfied. The management is constantly busy, reorganizing the menu, relaying the table for these all-American vultures. These are birds with an ancient nose for opportunity, living in this new world of second-hand fast food. An Asian elephant needs about 150 kilos of food a day. The temptation of a crop of sugarcane often proves too great. The farmer's livelihood is threatened by this giant invader. The elephant unwittingly casts itself as villain in the drama of life in modern, crowded Asia. Elephants and men here once enjoyed a mutual respect, but the crop raider and farmer found themselves in a conflict where both can injure the other once the basis of that ancient mutual respect. Understandably, farmers are ready to risk their lives rather than lose their crops. But as agricultural land swallows up the wilderness, where will the wild Asian elephant find space to live? Less than a third of land used by Asian elephants is reserved for them alone. The female herds, each led by an old matriarch, need room to wander in search of food and water holes. Understanding the elephants' needs and how they live is vital to the management of the wild populations. This youngster is intrigued by the myna birds that have gathered to catch insects stirred up by the herd. The baby seeks reassurance from its mother using its trunk. The trunk also allows an elephant to reach the ground or into the trees. The nostrils are sensitive and the trunk tip as dexterous as fingers. Males live solitary lives. With smaller tusks and ears, their high domed foreheads, Asian elephants are quite different from those in Africa. This young male has been following the female herd and is now confronted with an older male, larger and certainly dominant. The bull is ready to challenge the precocious youngster. The fight will be a test of strength. The challenger will gain experience to fight another day. "6 meters long, 3 meters tall, and up to 5,000 kilos in weight, an elephant can be immensely strong. Yet the prodding foot of a mahout can control that strength in a remarkable working partnership some 5,000 years old. This elephant has learned 40 or so commands of voice and touch, and it may work with its mahout for some 50 years, developing a close, though still risky relationship of trust and understanding. Such partnerships placed elephants at the heart of ceremonies, work, and even war. This human massage looks like bliss for sensitive skin, 4 centimeters thick. And the elephant is also experiencing companionship, the contact that it's lost by not being in a wild herd. Bathing in rivers or water holes is an important part of an elephant's life. An adult needs to drink up to 90 liters a day, squirted from the trunk into the mouth. This is a social occasion, as well as an essential wash to keep parasites off the skin. And bath time seems fun for the young animals of many kinds. Millions of elephants once roamed across Asia. Time is now running out for solving the problems of these few that remain. They have worked hard for us. Can we not find room for them? On the plains of Africa stand the most magnificent examples of animal architecture in the world. This tower is built of mud and saliva. It rises from an underground citadel of dark corridors and chambers engineered by the millions of termites whose home this is. Deep under the colony, hanging from the roof of a cellar-like chamber, is a spiral structure, like a mud curtain. This mud is absorbing moisture from the colony above, which then evaporates, cooling the air. It's a natural air conditioner. Drawn down passages into this cool cellar and refreshed on the way is the warm air from above, generated by the feverish activity within the colony. In some other chambers, termites grow fungus on their own dung, the remains of wood they cannot digest. They can feed on the fungus, but the temperature of this garden must be controlled, hence the air conditioning system that also allows oxygen to seep into the nest. Soldier termites with huge jaws patrol the colony, guarding the workers busy tending the fungus crops. Elsewhere, in a special royal chamber, lives the Queen. Too big and heavy to move, she controls the workers that tend her by scent alone, chemical signals in the dark that rule the hundreds of her subjects. She may live for 30 years or so, her bloated body an egg-producing machine delivering one every 10 seconds, each to be carefully collected and delivered to nursery chambers by the tireless workforce under her command. She founded this colony with a king. Their progeny built this entire palace. The royal prisoner continually adds to her family of millions. But the palace is not impregnable. In the shadows of the moon hunts one of Africa's strangest animals. Its sensitive nose soon smells termites. Powerful claws can open the walls of the termite mound. The aardvark has no teeth, but its long, sticky tongue is ideal for lapping up termites. Soldier termites sound the alarm, warning the workers to retreat. Satisfied by its midnight snack, the aardvark leaves the termites to repair the breach in their defenses before sunrise upsets the temperature of the colony within. Globules of saliva and mud are cemented together. Chemicals in the saliva attract other termites to the building site, and within hours, this emergency operation will be completed. Away from the nest, termites always keep themselves covered from sight in mud tunnels. Feeding within wood, they are well protected anyway. Their natural choice would be a tree. Here they are plundering our world. A human home is such an appetizing attraction. Demolishing the wood inside a door will take this termite crew about 6 months. On the outside, only a few covered runways may betray them. The door, by this time, is only a ghost of its former self. One more item in the billion-dollar annual bill for feeding termites in the southern United States. high Andes in Peru, a cold and wild landscape, though not without spectacular beauty. It's home to some of South America's strangest animals. A black-chested buzzard eagle is hunting one of them. Oddly, it's an animal that looks rather familiar. What on earth is a guinea pig doing in Peru, apart from being nearly caught by this black-chested buzzard eagle? The answer is the guinea pigs live here, just like the llamas and alpacas, South American relatives of the camel. Unlike the wild guinea pigs, these are domestic herds, but in the Andes, all are revered. To the Aymara people, no festival or wedding is complete without sacrifice of a llama. This man, the Yatiri or wise man, takes care of that for the future well-being of the community. Besides llamas, guinea pigs are important to the work of the Yatiri, who also has powers as a healer among the people. The guinea pig, or kois, they believe is able to forecast weather, to ward off storms, and to warn of approaching strangers. The guinea pigs can certainly hear high-frequency sounds like the scuffle of feet outside the house. The Yatiri has packed his medical kit, leaves and herbs, and he'll add one of his well-fed guinea pigs. He has a long journey ahead. His patient lives on an island in Lake Titicaca. The woman complains of pains in her chest, and the guinea pig is the Yatiri's equipment for diagnosis. The Aymara believe the animal's organs pick up an imprint of the woman's ailment, like an X-ray photograph. The procedure will be accompanied with prayers. But the process will be fatal for the guinea pig. It has to be examined internally for the results to be seen. Guinea pigs are also believed to have some curative power of their own, though this little patient seems rather unconvinced. People of these Andean villages began their relationship with guinea pigs some 6,000 years ago. The animals are well looked after and a lot safer than their wild relatives outside, even though some will be eaten by the family. But the guinea pigs won't know that until it's too late, and meanwhile chatter away with some 20 different calls. They derive all the moisture they need from the food they eat, puzzling to their owners who wonder why they don't drink. They breed prolifically and are encouraged to do so, particularly when a feast day or festival is due. The Peruvians domesticated them, and Western society gained the pleasure of having them as very pampered pets. This one is having a hairdo before appearing as a competitor in the local KV club show. Some of these animals are used in the West as, well, guinea pigs, but the rest are purely for our fun. Looking after such colorful and defenseless creatures may act as a rehearsal for parenthood, and this might be a young person's first baby show. It's certainly a worldwide development of a relationship that began in South America an age ago. They don't clip toenails in the Andes, but this is a world of international competition. And would you believe it? From Peru itself comes this long-haired model. It couldn't dodge a black-breasted buzzard eagle to save its life. These young Australians are in danger. An eastern brown snake is one of the most venomous in the world. And yet, it is common in the suburbs of Sydney. Snakes share our world. We need to be on guard. Even the most harmless snakes can be the creatures of someone's worst nightmares. The flicking tongue, the sinuous movement, the staring eyes, the rapid and ferocious attack. All snakes are killers. But are we overreacting? Rattlesnakes do sound a warning of their presence. Coiling is a defensive signal, saying come no closer. Peccaries in the North American desert have learned to heed such warnings. This cottonmouth, like the rattler, saves its hunting skills for real prey. A snake's vision is really not very good, but this is a hunter whose body hugs the ground. It's very sensitive to vibration. Its prey, a small mammal, is warm, and that body heat the snake can perceive. Heat is detected by sensory organs in pits near the eyes. Using its pets, the snake can judge position and range. In the dark, the victim is vividly clear to the unseen hunter. Death will be swift. The charming of snakes is not quite as mysterious as it seems. The charmer is confusing the sense of the snake with movement and sound, controlling the snake through its own perceptions. But the charmer also understands the snake's behavior and knows the strike distance of his performer. A python kills by constriction, squeezing a victim to death, but a mother treats her eggs with great care for weeks of incubation. The body is dry, and warmth from the movement of her muscles heats the eggs. The young python will tear its way out of the egg, fully formed and ready to feed and grow. As a snake gets bigger, it outgrows its scaly skin and from time to time must cast it off, a secretive and mysterious process of rebirth, encouraging legends of immortality and giving the shed skins important medicinal powers of healing. The new skin is visible through the transparent, papery old one, and soon the snake slips away, leaving its flimsy former self behind, to be used by some as a possible cure for rheumatism, sore throats, headaches, and a dozen other human ills. Even the modern medical profession uses the emblem of two snakes entwined, a symbol of the Roman god Aesculapius, who used a snake as a staff. Religion and snakes have been powerful allies for thousands of years. Every May in Italy, Dominic de Guzman, the 13th century founder of the Dominican order, is paraded in effigy at the festival of San Domenico in the village of Coculo. The snakes he wears represents the heretical family, the Albigenses, who had lapsed from their faith. Confused by the vibrations, heats, and movement, the snakes, fresh from hibernation, submit to examination or cling, like the tree climbers they are, to the unsteady saint until set free. Today, they are blessed. Some compensation for that bad day in the Garden of Eden. Even in the lives of lions, top predators of the African plains, there are lean times. This cub at play gazes over the empty, dry savanna. There are a few small animals still around, but most of the time, the pride must conserve energy. The female are the hunters, but now the grazing antelopes have left for greener pastures. They sleep or play with their cubs. The pride male is with them, and a lioness rubs her scent on him in greeting, receiving in turn scent from glands on his head, which she will pass on to others. His smell is a crucial part of the pride odor. Unless the lioness licks and rubs that smell onto her cubs, they will not be able to approach their father safely. In the world of cats, the strong language of odor speaks as precisely as words can for us. The pride male may not be a hunter, but he is the defender of the pride and its territory. Rubbing against the bushes, he leaves the air round musky with his declaration of ownership. These are the boundaries of his lion's kingdom. Sign writing in urine, he can be sure a stranger's nose will read the scent and not intrude. The day comes when a cow buffalo wanders away from a passing herd. The lionesses, made bolder by hunger, prepare an ambush. A cow is smaller than a bull, but African buffaloes are dangerous prey. The main herd is chased off, leaving the cow behind. The lioness must attempt to suffocate the buffalo in a kiss of death. The pride eats after days of hunger. But these cats may lose some of their kill to other hunters. For thousands of years, the feline and human world has overlapped. In the urban jungle, a domestic kitten learns the ways of feline life among creatures that might be prey were the kitten not already fed by its owner. Curiosity and the cat are no strangers. These grassy plains are full of prizes to be chased, or monsters to be evaded. Like it or not, domestic cats are hunters. Again, it's really for sport, and the unlucky prey is brought to the cat's owner as if she was a hungry kitten. This cat is confused when its gift vanishes, but continues to look for signs of acceptance. Cats and people have lived together since the time of the pharaohs, but meeting unfamiliar people can be daunting. Scent messages have to be rubbed on people's legs or feet. Cats, when they meet, rub heads to share smells. Another problem is that people don't trouble to learn cat body language. Quite often, what we signal means the opposite of what we intend. The cat watches and listens to the strangers around it. When the animal half closes its eyes and looks away, it's reducing the conflict of staring. It's being friendly. But this man does the same gestures and really means he doesn't like cats. Disastrously, the cat gets the opposite message and assumes this is a welcoming lap and time for a real head-to-head greeting.
The biggest animals ever known dominated our planet 65 million years ago. Dinosaurs were the most dominant creatures, but they lacked a place of their own. Reptiles existed together with them, and the pterosaurs, their airborne relatives. And vast numbers of birds flourished, alongside fish, insects, and the earliest mammals. It was quite a pleasant time to be around, what with the weather so warm and levels of the sea increasing. Titanosaurs prowled, while huge lizards roamed the sands. Nobody had an inkling that the life they knew was about to change. In outer space, a meteorite whose size was equivalent to 100 football pitches was heading towards them. It collided with the Earth, causing an explosion so powerful that it would beat all the present-day nuclear weapons put together. Fierce earthquakes shook the Earth. Those who were capable escaped. Within 10 minutes, a hugely overheated cloud of debris spread over America. Enormous clouds of dust and ash covered the sun. The meteorite had smashed into the sea. From an opening 90 miles wide and 12 miles deep, water now gushed out. Gigantic tidal waves caused devastation all over the Earth. And now, creatures that had outlived the direct impact had to deal with a new problem. Millions of tons of molten rock that had been hurled into space dropped back to Earth. In a matter of only a few days, half of the Earth's forests were on fire. The firestorm continued for weeks, covering the ground with soot. The damp, hot jungles had been destroyed. Subsequently, the Earth started freezing in the continuing gloom. As their bodies froze, the big herbivorous dinosaurs were left with no energy to move their huge bodies around, looking for food. Their fall in number saw the carnivorous dinosaurs that fed on them face starvation. But beneath the surface, some creatures were active. As these earliest survivors made their appearance, the full impact of the catastrophe came to light. They came across hundreds of thousands of carcasses and a world that had completely changed. The battle was on to see who would rule the Earth next. But one thing was evident. The age of the dinosaurs had met its unfortunate end. Jaws and teeth capable of crushing the leg of a dinosaur. Armor-like skin that could guard against razor-sharp claws. Crocodiles appeared like this in the prehistoric era, but then they were 3 times the size. 65 million years ago, when a meteorite collided with the Earth, it was largely big animals that got affected the most. But how is it that the crocodile species didn't perish? Well, crocodiles are excellent swimmers, but dinosaurs weren't. A crocodile's ingeniously made body adapts to water easily. To go beneath the water, they exhale and close unique nostril flaps, and by reducing their heartbeats to only 3 per minute, they can stay submerged even for 6 hours at a stretch. Here they could stay safe from the violent fires which destroyed the Earth. And because water remains warm for a longer time compared to air, they were better off in enduring the freeze caused by the meteorite. Crocodiles aren't as fussy as a T-Rex and don't mind eating rotting meat. Following the catastrophe, they devoured the rotten flesh of carcasses around them. And even the months of continual darkness would not have been an issue with them, because with a unique hearing ability and low-light vision, crocodiles are capable of staying in touch with one another to locate food at night. But when they do locate a prey, crocodiles can move at high speeds. Making use of their razor-sharp teeth and pincer-like jaws, they perform the crocodile roll, twisting their bodies in order to tear the flesh piece by piece. At that time, a rotting titanosaur, but now a fresh, delicious wildebeest. These mammoth carnivores have an incredible ability for going without food for up to 2 years between meals when there is a shortage of food. These skills of survival improved the chances of life for the crocodiles after the meteorite. But there was another thing, something completely different from what's expected of them. These wild beasts make excellent parents. Reptiles generally leave their babies and attend to their own needs, but by looking after her eggs, this mother is guarding from other ravenous creatures. Her nest turns into an incubator. If it's warm, then there'll be males, but if it's cold, then definitely females. The numbing cold temperatures after the meteorite explosion may have produced all female crocodiles, and these flourishing mums-to-be would have increased their numbers. Hearing their cries, the mother digs her young out. Taking them to the water, these same happy jaws that can rip apart the hind leg of a wildebeest can also guard their young just a few centimeters in length. These tiny predators have inborn abilities that will help them survive till they breathe their last. In over 200 million years, crocs haven't undergone any change. Providing us with an extraordinary understanding of what it was to share space with the dinosaurs. When they got trapped in amber, some might have faced a sticky death. But insects are not to be taken lightly. They can survive being fried alive or frozen solid. So for them, outliving the brunt of the meteorite 65 million years ago was a piece of cake. They had some amazing talents to rely on, and the most notable was flight. Capable of buzzing off, they could flee the catastrophe. These dragonflies resemble some of the first known flying insects. Their two pairs of wings work on such uncomplicated joints that they can be only moved up and down. Despite that, they are brilliant flyers. But the hands-down winner is the fly. They possess only a single pair of wings, extremely fast. These wings move at an outstanding 1,000 beats per second. Other insects have grown a variety of uses for their wings. For instance, look at the beetles. Like tanks of the insect world, they shove their way through leaves and twigs on the floor of the forest. Such rough action surely would have injured fragile wings, so they made their front pair solid, hard, protective armor. But they made sure they looked stylish, incorporating some dazzling colors. Insects everywhere take care of their fragile, spongy bodies by sporting their skeletons on the exterior, something like body armor. These skeletons wrap the whole body in an extremely strong, horny substance known as chitin. But sporting their skeletons outside implied that insects could never make it big. Being tiny, on the other hand, has its pros. They can conceal themselves even in the smallest of places. This was a great way of enduring squalls caused by the meteorite. And if food was scarce, actually, a small titbit would delight a tiny insect, and one dewdrop would be sufficient to take care of the thirst. However, tiny insects make a delicious snack, so to survive they had to think outside the box. And staying in large groups to feel safe made sense. Did you know that in temperate climates, an aphid can give birth to 50 offspring in a week's time? And after just a week, all the young ones will be set to produce their own offspring. At this speed, we could be up to our knees in aphids in a month. But luckily for us, ravenous predators take care of their growing numbers. After the meteorite, insects ventured out to all corners of the Earth, and their population is still increasing. Today, they are 5 times the total number of all other known species, including us. So they have truly mastered the art of survival like no other. A massive meteorite collided with the Earth 65 million years ago. The crash caused massive tidal waves that spurted out of the oceans. Then soot particles from the impact enveloped the Earth, blocking the sun rays. This resulted in the death of phytoplankton, small plants which are grubs for many fish. With damage of such magnitude, how did the fish stay alive? The answer rests 1,000 meters underneath the water's surface in an unfamiliar world of complete darkness. Here, unscathed by the disaster above, mysterious hunters still flourished. These creatures are usually tiny, and being surrounded by water and complete darkness, they have had to develop senses apart from vision. Some emit a small amount of light themselves, known as bioluminescence. Lanternfish communicate among themselves with a weird Morse-like code that probably aids them in staying together. This female anglerfish has a type of fishing rod right in the front of her head, and she hopes to lure a likely meal by flashing a light towards the end of it. These teeth are so huge that their owner is unable to close its mouth. This ferocious creature is the fangtooth, and it's so hostile that almost nothing escapes its dreadful jaws. If we go a bit higher, we see filtered sun rays reaching a depth of 500 meters. But now it becomes imperative to escape notice. Some animals have see-through bodies that are hard to spot in the faint light. Even bigger creatures like squid make themselves as transparent as they can. To make optimum use of the dim light, big, extremely sensitive eyes are the best to see with. After the explosion, as the months of darkness faded away, there was sunlight again, leading to the regrowth of phytoplankton. Feeding on them came small, buoyant creatures known as zooplankton. Tiny animals such as shrimps appeared to feed on the plankton. And then fish came back to the open seas and the shallows. But the sunlight made it extremely easy to be spotted, so new strategies were required to survive. Over millions of years in tepid tropical waters, fish have developed flashy colors and designs. Silvery greens, blues and browns are ideal cover-ups in the open waters, while a dazzling display of yellows, blues and reds hide others among the vibrant corals. Fish have twice the space of the world to swim in compared to what we have to walk on. However, should another catastrophe occur, either from a new meteorite or extremely polluted waters, these strange creatures might be compelled to go back into the deep waters in order to stay alive. The first creatures to occupy the Earth's hot, arid lands were reptiles. The scales on their skin are good for storing moisture, thus protecting their bodies from drying in the scorching sun. But scales are not suited to store heat, so reptiles have to depend on their surroundings for heat. 65 million years ago, after a meteorite crashed into the Earth, the planet's temperature fell steeply. This was not a good sign for reptiles, particularly those giant dinosaurs. But tiny lizards and snakes managed to protect themselves from the extreme chill. All reptiles are cold-blooded, so chilly climates turned them into languid and lazy creatures. They require the warmth of the sun to remain active and to hunt efficiently. But some, like this garter snake, can survive because of an enzyme in its body that acts as a natural antifreeze. It slows down its metabolism so that only the basic functions perform. With no activity, it does not require food for many months. Maybe that's how some reptiles stayed alive in the extended freezing climate that resulted after the meteorite. After several months, the sun appeared again. Reptiles would have enjoyed it, relaxing in the sunlight and rejuvenating themselves. The increasing temperatures would have provided them with the energy required to feed their empty stomachs. Every bit of food would have been fiercely fought for. But there was an abundance of one kind of food, decaying flesh. Reptiles are scavengers and love this kind of snack. Monitor lizards are the largest reptiles on Earth today, and they are capable of smelling a rotting carcass more than a mile away. These beasts can tear off big chunks of a corpse at one go, and this will fill their stomachs for a whole week. Unlike humans, reptiles do not require food every day to keep their bodies warm. By receiving heat directly from the sun, they require a minimal diet to stay alive. Today, lizards and snakes dwell everywhere, but the glacial poles. And the one thing that has made this feasible is their unique eggs. With their rubbery, waterproof covering, these eggs can be laid on land. So that offers reptiles a variety of places to choose from. Young reptiles come out as tiny replicas of their parents. They are capable of feeding and caring for themselves from the day they are born. "65 million years back, these reptiles survived the catastrophic meteorite collision by hiding deep under the ground, and later resurfaced to live like dinosaurs, but on a smaller scale. Most of the planet was covered in jungle 65 million years ago. Massive tree ferns and club mosses offered the rich flora that dinosaurs enjoyed chomping on. When a meteorite collided with the Earth, strong winds and wildfires ravaged half the forests. But plants did not perish, owing to a remarkable range of smart tricks. Some plants might have benefited from these fires, like this Banksia tree today. Growing up in the Australian bush, it is used to a frequent burning. The heated air spurs its huge woody fruits to unlock. The inactive seeds are awoken by two chemicals in the smoke, and they thrive in the plush organic soil which the fire has left behind. But apart from fire, prehistoric plants had to deal with other difficulties too. For months, soot enveloped the planet, and plants are incapable of growing in the absence of sunlight. But the fern has unique seeds known as spores, which are capable of getting through rough times. These spores are so strong that they can survive extreme hot and cold temperatures. They would remain inactive throughout those gloomy months until the return of a favorable climate. And that's the reason why ferns were the earliest plant life to recover after the catastrophe. The subsequent problem that plants had to deal with was being consumed. Unlike us, there were several hungry creatures out there who relished the foliage, if only plants were capable of fleeing. Instead, defense mechanisms had to be developed. A coat of thin hair may deter small insects, while spines and thorns may do the job against bigger animals. And the foliage of some has unpleasant tasting chemicals to ensure that animals only take a bite once. In exceptional cases, plants have totally reversed roles. The Venus flytrap thrives in deficient soil, so it makes up for its poor diet by consuming meat, more like taking vitamin supplements, really. A naive insect is lured by the hope of sugary nectar, but this is just a ploy. Once caught, it begins digesting its prey. But animals have also proved themselves beneficial to plants, particularly following the meteorite. With a whole new world to settle into, plants required help in spreading themselves out. Many possess fruits with hooks that attach to fur so they can be transported over kilometers. Some possess seeds that grow inside juicy berries. This rhinoceros consumes the berries and sets out towards a new place. Coming out of its body undamaged, the seeds are now in the ideal environment to germinate. Plants are critical to life on the planet. Following the meteorite, they had to deal with the same difficulties that the animals faced, searching for nourishment, guarding themselves against foes, and multiplying. Plants have come a long way, creating a range of fascinating survival mechanisms in their quest to take over the Earth again. Ideal silent assassin. 400 million years ago, even before the dinosaur age, sharks had started roaming the oceans. 65 million years ago, when the meteorite collided with Earth, several species would have been destroyed. The ones who escaped the catastrophe swam into the shelters of the deep seas and depended on their excellent hunting abilities to endure the rough times. It's difficult to locate prey in the vast oceans. It becomes darker and darker as you go deeper and deeper. Layers of dust and soot as a result of the meteorite would have further darkened things up. But sharks have such incredible sensory perception that they know precisely what's happening around them. Their eyes contain a unique mirror-like layer which enables them to see in faint light. And with the help of their sensitive noses, they are able to easily detect decomposing corpses. In the present day, the hammerhead shark takes this sense of smell to the next level. Its nostrils lie at the tips of two extensions that grow out from the sides of its head. If it catches the scent of a prey, it sways its head from side to side to try to locate it. And when the smell is evenly intense in both nostrils, supper is ready. But sharks possess another extremely complicated quality. They possess a sixth sense. This nurse shark has spots in front of the nostrils which act as sensory pores. These pores can sense frail electric signals emitted by muscles, even a beating heart 1 mile away. So in these dark waters, you can be traced anywhere. Maybe their excellent swimming abilities helped sharks survive the meteorite. These elegant creatures are special because their skeletons are not made of bones, but a delicate rubbery substance known as cartilage. Owing to this, sharks have greater maneuverability in water. The ability to make abrupt U-turns aids them in chasing down their victims. And did you know that if a shark ceases to swim, it will drown and die? In order to stay alive, it requires water to flow through its gills. But at present, there is one shark whose dexterity and swiftness in the water has given it as frightening a reputation as the T-Rex. The great white zips through the water using its powerful tail as a propeller. Different from the majority of sharks, the great white is warm-blooded, which means that its muscles are at the ideal temperature for making swift and deadly assaults. And when a great white gets going, its ferocity has no limits. Sharks have stayed alive due to their fantastic form. Today, 300 different species dwell in our oceans. These great predators are so well suited to life in the deep that they are thriving today just as well as their prehistoric predecessors. So you believe that dinosaurs are dead? Well, think again, for in reality, we are surrounded by them. Because dinosaurs are still alive in the form of birds. 65 million years ago, by the time a meteorite collided with the Earth, two separate groups of reptiles had developed bird-like features. The pterosaurs were aerial behemoths that ruled the skies. Their giant wings were rubbery flaps of skin which were hard to fold and didn't function that properly if torn. The other category were the birds. They had a better structure. Birds developed from tiny tree-dwelling dinosaurs, and the fossil carcasses of one of the earliest, Archaeopteryx, shows that they undoubtedly possessed feathers. Feathers must have provided it with the heat to move swiftly, even in the cooler parts of the day. When the meteorite struck Earth, the pterosaurs were wiped out due to cold and hunger. While the small-sized descendants of Archaeopteryx managed to fly towards safer places. The simple presence of feathers establishes a creature as a bird. With this unique tool, they have turned out to be excellent flying machines. Birds owe their aerial dominance to the shape of their wings. The wing of a bird curves slightly from front to back, creating an aerofoil shape which actually lifts the bird up into the air. And yes, variations in the design of wings dictate the type of flight. Hawk-like predators glide noiselessly over the skies. A swallow prefers swiftness and stamina. And small hummingbirds in the rainforests can flap their wings 100 times per second. As a shield against cold, feathers proved to be more useful than fur. Thanks to them, the birds could survive the extreme winter resulting from the meteorite collision. Now it's only a bird that can thrive on the Antarctic ice cap during winter, the coldest place on the planet. Here, devoid of terrestrial hunters, penguins prefer swimming to flying, so their feathers are utilised only for keeping themselves warm. Penguins have a feathery underbelly which enables them to warm their eggs to temperatures sufficient for the babies to hatch. One other reason for the survival of the birds post the meteorite collision was the incubation of their eggs. It gave their babies a better chance of hatching instead of freezing to death. But it put the parents under constant danger of being attacked by hunters on the ground. So, to prevent being easy prey, they've made their nests in places that other predators find difficult to reach. After insects, birds are the most flourishing set of animals ever to have existed. The basic pattern of their wings has not changed for over 140 million years. So when the meteorite crashed into the Earth, they actually took off to the clouds to avoid the destruction. Turn your attention to any gloomy, clammy area of the planet, and surely you will have come across these tiny guys. Amphibians, over 350 million years back, pulled themselves out of the water and turned out to be the earliest four-legged creatures to set foot on land. With a variety of luscious stuff to eat, initially this was amphibian paradise, until those darned reptiles entered the scene with a taste for frogs' legs. So they chose a life living deep beneath soil and leaves. And maybe that's how, 65 million years ago, they survived the brunt of the meteorite. They went into hiding. The meteorite, in quite a few ways, provided the amphibians with new possibilities. It produced a tidal wave which transported enormous amounts of water onto land. And amphibians can never wander off far from water. Their skin is not capable of retaining moisture, so in arid places they shrink and die. But they have unique skin, exuding slime which permits air and water to move straight through. This means amphibians can actually breathe through both their skin and their lungs. Keeping their skin damp has enabled them to live outside water, but confined them to living in its vicinity. Almost every amphibian needs to go into water in order to breed. The recently formed lakes, which were a result of tidal waves, meant they could lay millions of eggs and proliferate rapidly. After many days, the eggs turn into tadpoles that resemble fish more than their parents. And then the miracle takes place, known as metamorphosis. The tadpoles develop legs, lose their tails, and after many months are all set to get out of water. So, successive generations perform the same act of change from water to land again and again, just like the first amphibians did. Frogs are the most flourishing group of amphibians. So it comes as no news to see the biggest variety dwelling in some of the most damp places on the planet, tropical rainforests. Here, some chose to live in the trees. This tree frog has grown gooey pads to enable it to hold on to the smooth leaf surfaces. And when it feels like changing trees, it takes off. And frogs have succeeded in developing some ingenious ways to prevent getting eaten up. Unique colours and patterns enable them to camouflage themselves. These poison arrow frogs are a bit more showy, flaunting their vibrant colours and incredible markings. But these colours show that their skin is extremely poisonous. And then there's this frog who would not be out of place in a James Bond movie. To start with, this tomato frog inflates itself up to drive away the snake. If this trick fails, it becomes vicious, exuding a gluey mucus from its skin, which seals the jaws of the snake for days. The meteorite provided the amphibians with the opportunity to prosper. But being confined to water meant they could never achieve great success. Tortoises and turtles share an ancestry as old as that of the prehistoric dinosaurs. Early in their history, these reptiles adopted extreme steps to protect themselves. Their scales turned into horny armors, wrapping their body in a sturdy, firm box. And the safety these shells offered was assessed when, 65 million years ago, a meteorite collided with the Earth. Half of the Earth's vegetation was set on fire by many thousands of tons of molten rock dropping back to Earth. Several tortoises would have escaped the flames by hiding under the ground in deep burrows, and they would have remained there until the ground above cooled. But not only did it cool, it froze. Months of gloom ensued, and the cold would have made it very hard for these reptiles to survive. But even under extreme conditions, frosts hardly ever go beyond 2 inches beneath the surface. And by markedly reducing its body activity, the tortoise utilizes very little energy, relying on its own fat reserves. When time came to come out into the world of the living, its vegetarian eating habits implied it would generally find food. meantime, looking for shelter from the storms in the open waters were the marine turtles. They had realized that it was much easier to haul their weighty, huge armor in water compared to land. But even when they have adjusted to a life at sea, every year they come back to coastal waters to reproduce. As females have to lay their eggs on the ground, and their key survival tactic is to lay enormous quantities of them. Even though they reproduce more compared to the other reptiles, they hardly care for them. The parents have long abandoned them by the time the eggs hatch. Now these newborns must face every obstacle all alone in an unsafe world in order to stay alive. Today they face threats by predatory frigate birds. In the years prior to the meteorite, it would have been pouncing pterosaurs. But due to their large numbers, some survive. The passing of millions of years have seen minor changes in the shape of the shell. Moreover, defending the owner from bruises and bumps have turned some into a weapon. This ploughshare tortoise, hailing from Madagascar, is equipped with a bony spike, which he employs to fend off enemies. His display of might helps him achieve what he dearly wants, while his bruised rival can only see from a distance. And though tortoises and turtles are slow-moving creatures, it doesn't stop them from acting smart. This alligator-snapping turtle waits still on the riverbed with its mouth fully open. With a worm-like thing on the end of its tongue held as bait, it waits for its victim to come near. And it's dinner time. These reptiles have extremely beneficial armor, and it has definitely helped them in a great way. It looks as if the meteorite had little influence on their lives. If everything goes all right, these creatures will continue to move without resistance for the coming millions of years.
As the Arctic summer draws near, entire families of guillemots must now leave their nests towering on the cliff tops. The jittery chicks get ready for their first jump under parental guidance. Regardless of the short wings not yet ready for takeoff and flight, they must tag along. Past the cliffs and down below, there's more than a mile of tricky beach to fly over. The young guillemots soar in the wind, accompanied by their apprehensive and watchful parents. They fly one behind the other straight to safer open water. The upcoming cold winter is a good enough reason to dive down and finally land in the sea. Parents are always there to show them the best way to fly down towards the water. And it's been a successful first flight. But this much noise all around the area draws the unwanted attention of the Arctic foxes, ready to take advantage of any accident that should occur. Eventually, someone makes a fatal mistake. Tired and helpless, some land on the wrong spot. Sadly, their parents can only watch the inevitable. The severe cold winter will be here soon. Thus, the foxes must take advantage of ongoing events and eat as much as they can. Glaucous gulls also swoop down for their share. Unfortunately, only 1/3 of the chicks will be able to enjoy life in the safety of the sea. This chick has survived the fall and must make it to the ocean if he wants to live. One aborted flight and now running for his life. The desperate call of his parent leads him onwards. The open water is the only safe place and his only chance to survive. The worn-out chick keeps on wading through the waves. Unexpectedly, he's been able to beat the odds of a first flight gone awry. The reunited family is finally ready to face the long trip ahead of them and leave the winter storms behind. Taking cover under some fallen logs, these tiny lion cubs feel safe cuddled up with their mother. At this early stage, even walking is still quite a difficult task. The lioness is watching over them all the time and provides for their every need. But danger can be around the corner. A herd of buffalo are stampeding right towards them. She is now in a tight corner. On one hand, the cubs might be facing a certain death if left alone. On the other, she's definitely going to get hurt as she tries to protect them. There's never an easy way out. Luckily enough, their first days of life have smoothly gone by, and now it's time to know more about other members. Here they have the chance to meet some new friends, as other female adults are watching over them. The world outside the den can be such a frightening place, but it feels so good with so much attention all around, and they can now take it easy and go back to reassuring suckling. Wandering male lions may become a serious danger for the cubs. They'd better hide somewhere fast, as male lions will take the lives of those that do not descend from them directly. The frailer one makes it even more hazardous by slowing down everyone else in the family. Leaving the cub behind might be a necessary option. The mother's calls do not seem to spur the right reaction, But her timely move has spared him and the family some serious trouble. The carcass of a buffalo draws the family's attention, as well as some unwanted company. Time for the cub to prove he can stand his ground and show the jackals the lion's superior power. He's not frightened by being on his own and shows what he's capable of when it comes to laying down the law of the stronger. He deserves the prize he's fought for. And he shares the first bite of meat with his brothers. Adults join them too. They are never too tired to spend some more energy playing around. This is what the young lions do as a natural form of training to build strength and self-confidence. Definitely two key aspects of a skilled hunter at the top of his game. Basking in the sun and freshening up in cool water is the perfect combination to epitomize a hippo's world. Yet for a baby hippo, there are still safety problems to be aware of. The massive males always fight for territory and social hierarchy, which implies the right to mate as dominant. In such turmoil is no place to be for this pregnant female. She'd rather be on her own preparing for birth in safer and more peaceful waters. Her 8-month pregnancy is now leading to final labour. The baby she's bearing is going to be delivered underwater. The birth is quite a grueling process to both the female and the newborn, whose first impact with the world starts with struggling to the surface and breathing for the very first time. From inside his mum out into the current, the baby is being pulled into the elements in just a few seconds after birth. Any kind of threat can take shape downstream. Unknown neighbours and a series of new tasks would be so daunting if the mother were not around to help and protect the baby. Now that he's unexpectedly on his own, the youngster tries to find shelter by the bank, yet he's causing some commotion and leads the fish eagle to a sudden reaction. Such an attack causes the young hippo to panic and slip into more troubled waters, drifting further towards some real life-threatening neighbours. After so much going on in such a little time, the mother is now back for the first time with her only baby, although danger is not over yet. But crocodiles know how hazardous it can be to tackle with such a massive opponent. She's definitely too big. It's been quite an eventful first stretch of life, but now the baby is finally able to touch firm ground. He's totally drained of energy, yet this time comforted by the reassuring presence of his mother. It's time for the two to go back to their herd. Despite the sudden and striking start, the baby hippo can now leave it all behind and finally enjoy the cool water and the warm sun together with his mother. This newborn mountain gorilla is just hours old. She's so tiny and vulnerable that she's not even aware of what is around her. The first thing is suckling as much as she can every time she's awake. That's how she spends the first days of her life. Her mother's arms are always wrapped around her. The two never leave each other, and she's constantly cuddled. The amazing beauty of the Virunga Mountains of Rwanda are the background to her babyhood. She happens to try her first steps at 4 months. She can drag her body around, but always under the watchful eye of her mother. Taking a piggyback ride has become quite routine now, and there's a better view from that angle too. The family will be the hinge to her existence for all she needs to learn. She knows her mother will lead her over to the best possible spot to find good food. Meanwhile, her father, the dominant silverback, keeps looking after her rowdy brothers. Her curiosity thrives as she grows older. It's in all babies' nature. However, there's never a moment her mother is not watching over her. To go and join her brother's game is so much more enticing. Young gorillas, like all other youngsters, learn through playing. See how her brother's having fun has pushed her forward, but it can be tricky at times. And she needs to hop back into her mother's hug and feel reassured. The young gorilla's early stages of life teem with a series of events that call for her family's full attention and care. This will have a lot to do with her future physical and mental confidence. Outside her relatives, social life will play a very important role to then have a definite space within the group. But it'll take some long 5 years before her departure from her mother and family. So there's still plenty of time. A family of her own is nowhere near yet. Whenever her time will come, the lessons learned from Mum will surely come in handy. This colony of Adelie penguins in Antarctica need to breed as fast as possible. The sea will soon freeze over, and parents must urge their offspring to dive into the water for the first time. The fluffy chicks can only stay put and out of trouble. Skuas hover right above, ready to swoop down for easy prey. If any chick gets cut off from the colony, danger looms nearer. Right by the nest, this young penguin is already facing the enemy, ready to take advantage. Its parents are hopping back home. They have swallowed as much as 4 kilograms of krill, which is a very protein-rich nourishment. Now the problem is to spot their babies. A familiar call from the parent ashore on the nest makes it easier for the returning mate to find the chicks. And a quick welcome reassures the penguin he is with the right family. The bigger the chicks get, the more food they demand, and it takes the 2 parents to keep them satisfied. The problem now is that with no one home, it's going to be hard to detect who their chicks are. The parents' call is the only distinctive sign, and they start running around in a frenzy. Now that they have recognized one another, it's time to regurgitate some krill and finally feed the youngster. In a matter of weeks, the fluffy coat will be replaced by waterproof feathers. The freezing temperatures of the southern seas require thick protection. Winter is drawing near, almost too fast. The youngsters must leap down toward the shore and become more familiar with the water and the sea. They hesitate anxiously, waiting for someone else to dive in first. The sea is their only source of food supply, thus there's no other way round it. Taking that first jump into the water might be hazardous as sharp ice is all around. Their lightweight and floating bodies allow them to slide across the frozen path. Swimming into harm's way is not only because of ice. Being chased by a leopard seal is also part of the danger. Time for one last struggle to earn his right to survive and swim free, finally away from the chaos and peril. times it is said that I have the feathers of an angel, the tone of the devil, and the gait of a burglar. But I am most famous for my good looks and majesty. In most countries, I've become an unusual accessory at dignified homes. Sprawling lawns provide the stage for my sons to show off their ornamented tails. I'm not a resident of these shores, although I've inhabited this place for 6 centuries. The history of my grandeur stretches back across ages, and throughout them all, I have been related to kings and gods. In Persia, there was a time when the monarchs ruled from a throne christened in my honor. To the earliest Greeks, I was holy to Hera, goddess of the skies. She carried the body of the massive Argus and spread his 100 eyes in the crypt of heaven, which is my tail. In China too, I was holy at one point, the grandeur of my feathers used by Ming rulers to symbolize their origin from the gods. The uncommon beauty of my tail is said to endow good luck and success on anyone lucky enough to see it. To dance in my footsteps is to confer such virtues on those who observe. An icon of the celestial, even now my feathers are used all over Asia, placed outside protecting spirit houses to fend off evil. But it is in India, where I represent the nation, that my supreme power still exists. Here I am revered as the Mount of Kartika, the god of war. In Sanskrit, Maurya, my name, means killer of snakes. Perhaps that is the reason why my brood are to be found in many villages. I can not only wipe out the snakes, but it is thought that burning my feathers will heal the snake bite. Some even think I have the influence to make a man attractive in the eyes of the beholder. The Karma Sutra states that if one of my bones is coated in gold and tied on the right hand, then the person wearing it will receive my beauty. Others think that my sad cry is a sign of estranged lovers. If my partner passed away, it was believed that even I would die of sorrow. So my dance may not be an expression of pride. More likely, it is of ardor. Despite such a public music performance, mating is very private. In Indian legends, it's held that peahens are fertilized by consuming tears from the cock's face. Here, people also narrate a different story of tales. Hindus speak of a time many years ago when all my ancestors were very simple birds. Then one day, one of them used his dull brown tail to cover Indra, the god of rain, from the evil ruler Ravana. To honor this valor, Indra transformed him into the most beautiful bird on earth and made him his harbinger to alert him when a storm was about to come. And still today, it is believed that when my children start mating, change is in the air. My elegant dance predicts the arrival of rains. As storm clouds get together, my dance attains a point of extreme excitement, a strong sign of new life to start. The coming of the monsoon is a significant event in this arid and famished land. Just as the rains celebrate the change of the seasons, so the casting off of my feathers has come to represent rebirth and regeneration. I have become a strong symbol of fertility and rebirth. Each year at the festival of Dandari, natives of central India mark courtship in my figure. Dandari has been celebrated since the earliest times, and the natives think that without it, turmoil will enter their homes. They remember a time when the god of creation and dance handed Yetma his granddaughter as a bride to one of their ancestors, building a unison between gods and humans. But Yetma needed security. The Guzarks, the ones who wear my beautiful crown of feathers, became her guardians. Spreading ash all over their body, they take on the form of the god of creation and dance to accomplish their holy duty. Those they guard are the Puriks, bachelor boys dressed as women to represent Yetma. Wandering from one village to the next in the form of a married procession, they reenact the trip made by Yetma. The Puriks represent brides and are being carried away as gifts to other villages. As my feathers guard against evil, so the Guzarks dressed in peacock crowns are sent to protect the Puriks against the ghouls of nature. I come out into the light from the darkness an icon of the impending spring and the restoration of life. I am honored around the globe in this form. For the habitants of parched lands, I am a good omen, a revitalizing force. In the form of the great rainbow snake, the Aborigines considered me as the most dominant spirit in the animal world. Ahead of the dream time, their period of genesis, the land was held in my venter. As I traversed the landscape, rivers streamed in my trail. I ejected canyons, rocks, and cliffs. The planet was given a new form. Now I take refuge in pools at the foot of waterfalls. And throughout the monsoons, I ascend up to the heavens to carry rain down to the earth. Earth and water are my abodes, and I derive my emblematic fertility from their fundamental strength. The basis of the ancient Minoan Empire was submerged in the seeds of agriculture. They venerated the great earth goddess to guarantee lasting riches. She was at her most potent as the goddess of serpents. When annoyed, she brought down squalls and devastation. When appeased, she granted new life. This is the irony of my existence, for just as I deliver life, I also have the authority to take it. Engulfing eggs has gifted me with an exceptionally dominant imagery. For the Egyptians, I was the gigantic snake Apop. Epitomizing gloom and evil, I wrestled with Ra, the sun god. Another day would rise only after I was vanquished. And a lunar eclipse could be illustrated by a celestial snake swallowing the moon. For the citizens of Cambodia, this conviction is so strong that they alert the vanishing moon of peril. The violent snake Rahu must be shoved away. In ancient times, humans considered me more than a mere messenger of death. They saw me as a symbol of the artistic force of nature itself. Ancients discovered my old hides, then noted the vivid, fresh coverings of a freshly cast serpent. Certainly, I was reincarnated. As a guardian of the mystery of eternity, I became the protector of knowledge and intelligence, and a shield against devilish souls. In the Far East, I am holy. Shrines and statues are dedicated to me, and devotees consider me as a symbol of good fortune. When monarchs die, they count on me, the Naga snake, to carry their spirits to heaven. My tail is held by those whose ardent desire is to accelerate the deceased spirit on its route to the heavens. Such reverence is a mark of my strength, and my statues watch over holy places all across Asia. I was regarded as the smartest of all wild creatures in the Garden of Eden. However, it was here that I experienced a shocking transformation. I lost my exalted status in a cruel manner. No more the astute guardian, no longer the friend of the gods. I became the wicked enticer. Those who listened to me and ate from the tree of wisdom ended up being not deities, but sinners. My chastisement for the shortcomings of Adam and Eve was to be damned forever and to slide upon my abdomen, consuming only sand throughout my life. I became the epitome of evil. It was believed that the spirit of the evildoers that were fated for hell departed the body in my form. And my flittering tongue was like the continual enticement of Satan. This belief still has a strong influence in sections of North America. Fundamentalist Christians follow the Bible in its literal sense. The faithful are called upon to take up my offspring. It is an effort to defeat the evil I am believed to symbolize. These extraordinary values have surfaced in a tradition that emphasizes supremacy over nature. Elsewhere, people have a contrasting perception of nature, and I'm held in high esteem. In India, I am worshipped as the protector of the earth and all its mysteries, particularly the secret of creation. As the huge snake Vasuki, I churned the primeval ocean of milk. My stretched body was held by the heavenly gods on one end and the souls of the underworld on the other. As I refined the elixir of eternity, I also gave rise to all life on earth. With the gifts of creation and destruction, I am considered to be a representation of Shiva. In his shrines, the phallic lingam, an image of Shiva's creative powers, is protected by a hooded copper cobra. Pilgrims visiting this temple pray to be blessed with children. It is a divine journey, the principles of which resonate throughout India. At the annual festival of Nag Panchami, my offspring are taken from the fields and idolized in a ritual procession. Granted wishes will guarantee an abundant harvest. I will guard the crops from insects and will ensure rains so that new life is created. But after the parade, prayers of a different kind are chanted and gifts are offered. In a personal ritual of devotion, women of each house request productivity of another kind. It is not the well-being of crops they ask for, but the miracle of parenthood.
Among all the ocean travellers, humpback whales are gigantic in size. Over the year, they wander around in the oceans between their hunting and breeding areas. They cover astounding distances, even for 45-foot, 50-ton giants. Warm tropics see their arrival in the months of winter as they hope to meet their ideal mate. The males showcase their enormous strength by slapping their tail flukes and croon to attract females and keep rivals at bay. The warm waters here are safe and make ideal nursery grounds for females to breed and bring up their children. The calves develop fast in these conditions and grow a thick coating of blubber that is vital to endure the icy waters that lie ahead. With their mother's gentle push, the calves come up to the surface for air, which they need more frequently than adults. Food is scarce in these warm seas, which hardly produce anything for the adults to eat. So it's just a matter of time before the herd starts exploring new areas, seeking food. Females and calves lead the group. These females haven't tasted food for months, yet surprisingly have enough strength to suckle their offspring while travelling. The whales have visibly grown thinner after 4 months of depending on only body fat to stay alive. It is these physiological changes and requirements that fuel the need to migrate. The whales can discern the Earth's magnetic fields and draw on this ability to travel northwards. The last to start the journey are the adult males, impelled by their ever-increasing hunger. What greets them ahead is 3,000 miles of ocean, a seemingly endless journey they too will make, hungry and without food. They trail the coast of Mexico and North America to reach the Arctic. Days and nights pass as they travel without break, covering more than 500 miles a week. This journey, undertaken by the humpback, is among the longest migrations by any animal. And this is their destination, the icy, bountiful seas of Alaska. After having an empty stomach for 5 months and crossing thousands of miles, they look almost cheerful. The seas are exploding with small fish, the reason for their journey. Their appetite is as huge as their size, and they munch down a ton of fish a day, a meal they have worked very hard for. Springing up from under the surface, they swallow gallons of water at a time with their cave-like mouths. A good measure of this food will be stocked up for their southbound return journey. But as of now, they indulge themselves in the fruits of their arduous ocean odyssey. More than 20,000 geese have had a good time in the pleasant winter of these bountiful marshlands of New Mexico. Warming the air enveloping them, spring alerts the flocks to abandon their present shelter and commence an amazing journey. they start a flying achievement that sees them undergo a truly remarkable migration. Their journey ends hundreds of miles from here. Leaving New Mexico, they must travel to the Arctic, where they can rear their chicks in the short summer. Exact timing is critical to escape the harsh Arctic winter. Innumerable snow geese will flap their way over 3,000 miles, crossing the continent of North America to get to their nesting sites. They fly over known territory. Their streamlined bodies, delicate bones, and energy-efficient flight make certain these sky wanderers cover long distances without tiring. But even these aerial marathoners require refueling. Fields now substitute their traditional marshlands, but the snow geese have adjusted well to make good use of the ample pickings of farmers' harvests. Bit by bit, they clean up the leftovers of the crop, eating split grain and corn cobs. They adhere to a strict schedule to reach in time to take advantage of the brief Arctic summer. The extending daylight is a signal that drives them forward towards their Arctic breeding grounds. To find their way over such vast distances, they use a range of signs: the location of the sun and moon, the familiar sights below, and shifts in the Earth's magnetism show them the direction to follow. In just a matter of 2 months, they will reach northern Canada. The genuine high flyers that they are, they can fly up to an altitude of 10,000 feet, where the icy thin air is less resistant and helps in cooling overworked muscles. Past these most northerly trees stretch the open lands of the tundra that have just started to melt. Their arrival is towards the end of winter. The icy blanket over the tundra gives way for only a few months. A great reward awaits the tired travellers. The sun never sets in the summer here, and with the melting of the snow geese and their offspring will have plenty of plants to feed on. They accomplish their journey through teamwork. Leading in turns, they make the journey in skeins, and the ones that follow conserve energy in their slipstream. The lucky ones who have found their partner will make these grand journeys together for the rest of their lives. Exhibiting remarkable precision, the geese end their aerial odyssey and make a return to their old nesting grounds. This magnificent collection of monarch butterflies is a truly incredible sight, as they have outlived one of the greatest animal migrations. They have rested over winter, bundled together for warmth. Opening eyes to the spring sun, they stir in their multitudes. They mate in the oil mill firs, rising from their branches. monarch butterflies enjoy the ideal weather in these Mexican glades that serve as a winter refuge. Now, a final expedition calls them to forego their shelter and travel hundreds of miles from here. Although they have sufficient energy to embark on this long trip, only the yet-to-be-born caterpillars will make it through. The females who have recently mated are in search of the special source of food that will nourish their offspring. On instinct, they travel north to commence their hunt in the United States. These tiny aerial athletes can reach the border in less than a month. This is what they are after: milkweeds. These are the only source of nourishment that their caterpillars require. So finally she can lay her eggs. She distinguishes this plant from others using her feet, which can sense taste. An energizing drink of nectar imbibed through her proboscis is a welcome drink. The monarchs also profit from milkweed by consuming its poison. Their distinguished pattern has evolved to caution predators that they are unpalatable. The strenuous task of laying hundreds of eggs lies before the female. But as the newborn caterpillars may feed on each other, only 1 or 2 eggs per plant is all she can lay. She goes on journeying north, where she will deposit as many eggs as she can before she perishes as a result of this draining task. An adult butterfly comes out of its chrysalis. The metamorphosis from caterpillar to adult is complete in 5 weeks. The onus is on the next generation of monarchs to carry on the pursuit of milkweeds. The nectar of the spring flowers becomes the first liquid food for these champion flyers. Now they can commence their long journey. Still, these healthy young ones just have a month to mate and produce the maximum possible number of eggs before they breathe their last. 6 months and 3,000 miles later, the butterfly marathon ends its summer range in Canada. 3 or 4 generations of these tiny flyers have toiled to complete the migration. They have arrived at the northern end of the milkweed, so the journey is over for the monarchs. Amazingly, the voyage is not yet over. It is the start of an incredible adventure for the adults that are born this far north. This monarch and innumerable others now make a 3,000-mile return trip to their small Mexican shelter in one go. Making use of powerful tailwinds, they can cover around 100 miles every hour and will see their abode in only 2 months. A lot of them will have perished when the Odyssey ends, but those alive would have completed one truly remarkable journey that is unparalleled by any other insect. Caribou are capable of traversing several hundred kilometers over some of the world's harshest terrains. The males have bulked up to compete as the journey halts in autumn. Caribou do not pair and lead a nomadic life. Bulls have the battle to procreate, which makes sure that the offspring will have the strongest and healthiest genes of the herd. Leaving behind their winter refuge in central Alaska, the expectant mothers will travel vast distances in search of food and a secure place to raise their newborns. The splayed, furry hooves of the caribou, along with dew claws, assist them in travelling through deep snow. Caribou use these large, hard-edged hooves to dig through the snow and uncover lichens that are buried beneath. These lichens sustain them in the winter, but this is no easy task. Each of them might dig 100 craters a day looking for lichen and will have to fight for the best spots. Tough natural conditions are not the only problem that threatens their odyssey. Wolves have been hunting caribou since ages. The browsing caribou often make an easy prey. Inside the forest, the wolves have an upper hand as they plan a surprise attack on the unsuspecting caribou. However, caribou have learnt from past experiences that any ambush can be thwarted if they remain vigilant and keep the enemy at a safe distance. The great journey towards the north is in progress. They are headed to the Arctic tundra, which is 1,000 miles away. They have to journey through extensive mountain ranges to the flat plains that lie ahead and make use of the shallow snow in the windswept ridges. The pregnant females stop at regular intervals to feed and relax. They move ahead in a single line as they break the snow trail turn by turn. They conserve energy on this arduous journey by trekking 3 to 4 miles per hour. Every female schedules her arrival to match with the Arctic spring. The herd reaches the calving grounds after a 2-month journey. These grounds provide the newborn offspring with a safe environment to grow, as predators are rare this far north. Thousands of bulls complete this testing adventure separated from the females. The bountiful valleys provide them with ample nourishment. For the next autumn rut, an essential diet is needed by these males to grow new coats and antlers. Even though the vegetation is aplenty, they are forced to leave by an improbable predator. The mosquitoes persistently attack the caribou. These tiny predators can suck 3 pints of a caribou's blood per week. The snow patches offer a transitory respite as the herd carry on their journey towards the coast. The Arctic Ocean plays a significant role in their odyssey. The bulls and cows gather here to form a massive herd of caribou. They prepare for their return trip as there is enough vegetation to feed on. The caribou start moving towards the south by the end of July. Caribou are outstanding swimmers, and they cross the now ice-free rivers. To reach their final destination, caribou might have to traverse many rivers, but their journey on land is unmatched by any other terrestrial creature. Salmon spend years in the ocean and then return to the rivers where they were born. When young, these sockeye salmon had migrated towards the sea in search of food. However, as the day shortens, their instincts impel them to return to their birthplace. Thousands of salmon congregate near the coastline from all over the expansive Pacific Ocean. Then they proceed towards the estuaries of the rivers of Alaska. Their resolve to find their way home when it is time for them to reproduce is one of the most remarkable and mysterious feats of nature. It is believed that the sun and the Earth's magnetic field help them in navigation. The incredible precision of their journey is fascinating. Their bodies have to adjust to the fresh waters as they travel upstream. An amazing adventure beckons them. Not all will be able to complete this journey. Several die of exhaustion and are eaten by scavengers like eels. However, the rapids and waterfalls of the swift-flowing Alaskan rivers provide them with their biggest challenge. The salmon can jump 12 feet up the waterfalls through exceptional effort. They struggle up the waterfall just to encounter a more dangerous adversary, the grizzly bear. These grizzly bears assemble at the rivers, eagerly awaiting the salmon's expected return, and the salmon do not disappoint. For the skilled grizzly, they're an easy meal. The younger bears, though, have a tough time catching the slippery fish. Unfortunately, many salmon lose their lives at this stage. It is caviar for the bears, but the death of these eggs marks an abrupt end to the future of the salmon. Several of them are successful in escaping these predators and continue with their 1,000-mile journey. As the rivers converge and the waters become shallow, their sharp sense of smell guides them to the breeding grounds where they were born. The urge to procreate motivates these fish to overcome the relentless force of the current as they continue on their extraordinary mission. The salmon also become easy targets to aerial predators due to the shallow waters. Just prior to spawning, the sockeye salmon undergo striking changes in their colour and shape. The male's jaws transform and grow a vicious set of teeth. They have to compete with each other to win the right to the best females. Once paired, the female digs a shallow nest on the riverbed before laying her eggs. The male then fertilizes them. Having mated, finally, thousands of heavily fatigued salmon now perish in these waters. The adventure is over. The sockeye salmon die in the very same riverbeds that they were born in. This olive ridley turtle is a unique sea traveller. She has spent her life steering through ocean currents, which have taken her across thousands of miles. Several marine turtles like her have traversed these oceans, but there remains one species that makes the greatest odyssey of them all: the green turtle. 30 years of its life have been spent in eating and growing in the refuge of these tropical reefs. But now this fully grown adult, propelled by a desire to mate, sets off on a fantastic voyage. It will join other green turtles out in the ocean on a journey to reach their age-old breeding sites. They'll depart the east coast of Brazil and cover an astounding distance of 1,400 miles. They'll journey towards the only land available to them in the centre of the Atlantic, the small island of Ascension. This great journey can be completed owing to the exceptional navigational skills and tremendous energy reserves of these turtles. Their desire to procreate impels them away from their continuous search for food. These lone seafarers leave behind the East Pacific oceanic waters and come together along the coastline of Central America. Males are sexually active only for a month. Within this time, both the sexes must copulate with several partners. Using the claws on its 4 flippers, the male grasps the female tightly. This firm hold may last several hours. The stress to breed in this short span of time causes some turtles to make vain efforts to stick with pairs that are already engaged in copulation. The turtles part ways after copulating. The pregnant female now continues her voyage to the nesting shores where she will finally lay her eggs. Incredibly, natural instincts guide her back to the shores of her birthplace even after so many years. With good vision, she can easily identify her surroundings as she swims up for air. She can pick up chemical traces with her sharp sense of smell. The low-frequency vibrations of the waves hitting on the beach can be heard by her beneath the water. She's not the only one. Hundreds of olive ridley females have journeyed to these shores to lay their eggs. Though they gather on these nesting grounds in such huge numbers, none of them interact with each other. They remain true to their lonely and quiet nature. She has not eaten since the beginning of her journey and reaches the land with an empty stomach. Her body fat is the only source of energy. The egg-laying season has now truly commenced. Dragging herself up the shore is a laborious task. Her flippers are not suited to moving on land. Finally, her hard work has paid off. She has joined the greatest congregation of turtles on the planet. A victorious finale to a remarkable marine odyssey. Deep into the Pacific Ocean, minute eel larvae have commenced on a dangerous voyage. Out of the millions who have started this journey, a very small number will reach the rivers of southeast Australia, 2,000 miles away from their birthplace in the ocean. Only a few will survive this epic swim that takes a whole year, but as they reach the estuaries, many obstacles await. What drives them to travel so far is not yet clear, but their resolve is faultless. As glass eels, they now have short and narrow bodies and must learn to adjust to the fresh waters as they are forced up the rivers by the rising tides. Their journey might end abruptly due to prowling predators. The eels are defenseless and easy targets, so they must wait till dark to continue their trip upstream. The eels are not safe even at this hour, as perches lurk around hunting at night. A fortunate escape. The eels display great resilience against the strength of the flowing waters, but greater challenges lie ahead. The dam is blocking their route. They cannot win over the rushing water, but their urge to reach upstream is so intense that they come out of the water and start climbing the side of the dam. The dam is 5 meters high, and this arduous task may take 3 hours. Being skin breathers, these eels are in danger of drying out. The running waters could wash them back down from the top, forcing them to restart the climb. However, those who manage to succeed continue their voyage upstream and begin to grow. It takes many weeks for the elvers to mature. Their skin turns brown and they feed on worms which are available in abundance. However, they are still hunted by others. Water rats present in these regions are adept at hunting using their powerful webbed feet to catch prey underwater. Escape is improbable. They have travelled far upstream after 6 months of struggle. They reach the lakes along the channel and develop into adults measuring 1 metre. These lakes will be their home for the next 25 years. Fish, crustaceans and carrion are their source of food here. Remarkably, their journey does not end here. After having lived in the lake for years, these amazing navigators return to their birth grounds in the Pacific, never to be seen again. Finally, they realize their lifelong quest by diving deep down to breed and perish. Spread out on a field of dandelions are some of nature's most supreme travellers. Far from being immobile, plants can undertake very long journeys. As their golden heads change into white balls, dandelions lay open hundreds of parachutes with a seed appended to each one. Dandelions take advantage of the wind to exploit this smart mechanism and enable the subsequent generation of seeds to be airborne. They move on to inhabit new places, leaving behind these packed grounds. Their voyage covers unbelievable distances, and their seeds are spread across the globe. The ingenious mode of travel of the plants can be cleverly simple. The natural development of burdock seeds has arranged a ride for this plant. The hooked balls effortlessly cling to the fur of animals that pass by, separating the seeds from their parents. These will ultimately be dropped off by their unwilling transporter and, with a bit of luck, reach fertile plains. The great range in plant designs show us that they can journey even in such unfriendly surroundings. To survive in these moving sands and high winds is no easy task for these plants. However, the birdcage plant has come up with a solution to roll over the sands. Like a spinning Ferris wheel, the deadwood cage deposits its seeds over considerable distances. Ultimately, few of these seeds will germinate in a conducive atmosphere. Plants are busy travelling all over the planet. Cocoa palms rank high on the list of the world's greatest sea voyagers. They stick out their heads to sea not by chance, but in waiting to set their seeds out on a maiden voyage. A floating husk becomes the ideal ocean-bound watercraft to ship the valuable cargo inside. These tiny vessels can safely transport the coconuts for months on the ocean currents to reach far-off islands where they finally end their travel and grow on new shores. The cocoa palm's achievement is unquestionable. It is now the most prevalent tree in the tropics. Far inside the African forest is a plant that is also a champion traveller. The sea bean. Possessing the largest of all sea pods, it has to utilise water power to aid in its voyage. Grooves in the pod make certain the seed commences its journey down the river one after the other. Covering huge distances, it will head towards the mouth of the river via the mangroves and finally reach the sea. It can journey through clusters of islands out in the vast oceans to live for around a year at sea. Its defensive cover can become so worn out and torn that it breaks up, discharging the seed to float alone. Those that stay alive may land at places as distant as the Australian coastline to end a remarkable natural odyssey. The wildebeest envelop the vast African plains like a black cloud. Nearly 1 million animals flock together and travel collectively, and confront the unseen perils of the savannah. Their journey is an endless cyclical expedition of 2,000 miles as they go out in search of food. In July, the rutting season sees great activity. Males battle for control of territories. These contests are brief as the herd travels through, but long enough for the healthiest males to find a partner. It's just a practice run for the yearlings. The herd's voyage stretches from Kenya in the north to Tanzania in the south, keeping an eye on the changing of seasons. The rain gods have smiled on the Serengeti, and gaining from it are the herds that have just arrived here. It is heaven for a herbivore, and these luxuriant grazing lands have come at a crucial time. The expectant females have delivered their babies. The grasses contain calcium, meaning their babies can be suckled with milk in abundance. But they hardly have any time to rest, as a wildebeest odyssey begins at a very early age. As they feed on the grasses, there is rainfall in other places. The booming thunder, the rain clouds, and the divine odour of rain beckon them. Regardless of the time of day, the herd will continue marching to arrive at these fresh grasslands. However, they have company in their pursuit of food. As the weather calms down, the cheetahs spring into action. There isn't much the herd can do to escape these able predators. The attack has been carried out with perfection. Come June, and these fertile grounds have been transformed into barren land by the blazing sun. The rains have disappeared, turning their paradise into a gloomy terrain. Migration is the only viable option for these thirsty animals if they want to stay alive. Trailing their elders and the combined wisdom of the herd will guide them to refreshing waterholes. They have arrived at the great Masai River. There is an abundance of water and food, and also fresh perils to confront. As their number increases on the banks, the sheer intensity of the population impels them to jump in. It is an awe-inspiring sight. The might of the great Maasai is not enough to contain the surging force of the mammoth herd. A few of them will fall prey to the currents and the crocodiles. But a majority will continue their march forward to their northern abodes in the Masai Mara. For the wildebeest, it is a lifelong odyssey, one among the last of the supreme land travellers. A diamondback rattlesnake rouses in his lair when the spring sun heats up outside. This is his signal to leave the den that protected him in his 4-month-long hibernation. And now he must start a valiant expedition into the unknown. At 4 years of age, he's prepared to breed. This instinct, combined with his renewed appetite, propels him forward. This is the first time he has made this journey, but he must find his way down the hills while being alert for his chances to eat. The warmth of the spring has tempted a whiptail lizard to sunbathe, but that's about to change. The lizard might be swift, but the rattlesnake is phenomenally sensitive to smell. This being the first time the diamondback has fed in months, he is intent on catching the lizard. The rattler is deaf to his prey, but based on the tremors of its movements, moves in. The poisonous nip takes the fight out of his quarry. In less than a month, spring is underway fully, and the new explorer has navigated down through gorges and foothills to reach the Sonoran Desert. He has arrived at a region unknown. Others have the edge here. He is defenseless against attacks from above and has to move swiftly because red-tailed hawks have a taste for rattlesnake. By May, the nights have become balmy and it is possible to hunt. He is more secure at night when his inbuilt thermal pits enable him to sense his prey in the dark by picking up heat from it. He just has to await the right moment to attack. A badly timed strike means a lost meal, but he only requires one every 2 weeks. He can manage without one for now. All through the summer he will carry on looking for prey. At this point, he has discovered a female rattlesnake. Alas, she has already got a follower. He must use all his endurance and ability and grapple with his competitor. Fangs are avoided, but his rival's superior spread and weight force him to resign himself to his loss. The storms in later summer signal that he will soon have to try to travel back home. Ultimately, as the days become shorter, he gets ready to find the way back to the same cave from which he began his journey in February. This year he might have failed at breeding, but there will be more opportunities if he lives out his 16-year life expectancy. His lifetime odyssey will be a grand accomplishment of navigation as he finds his way back home every winter with total accuracy.